All right, all right. I think it's time to go ahead and start. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I am not a professor, but you can call me Nap. And welcome on in. Hope everybody's having a great weekend, a great Sunday. You were able to relax this weekend before going on into work tomorrow, unfortunately. uh, but yeah, hope everybody's having a good day today. I um, if you weren't here yesterday, I did stream yesterday, so it's really only been like less than 24 hours since I last streamed. But we had a great time last night. We were playing just some late night um, Stardew Valley, and it was really fun. Getting through all the seasons, getting through the first year. Um, but yeah, it really is a fun, just like chill game to play when I don't want to, do a bunch of, you know, work or research or anything like that. It's just a fun thing to kill time with. Um, but yeah. So, but since then though, I actually have done a little bit of some things. First of all, I am mad at my laptop that I'm currently using right now because after stream yesterday, I decided that I wanted to play. One of my friends uh, texted me and was like, "Hey, do you want to play some games tonight?" And I was like, "Sure." And what we do is that we do this special like thing where like we sit in Discord and one of us plays a game that the other person has, but the person playing it hasn't, and do like a couch kind of like co-op kind of thing over Discord. And I was gonna play Fallout 3, a game that I've never played, but my friend has a lot and really loves. And so basically, uh, I got the game and everything, and I was gonna play it, but every time I tried to launch it, the game would just immediately crash. As soon as I would hit play, just like game just immediately dead. Nothing. Just immediately dead. And we weren't unfortunately able to find a workaround, so we weren't able to play that last night. But I think I have some things to try, and it's through mods. Because there's mods for everything with Bethesda games, because they don't fix them themselves, so they just let the mod community do it. Uh, hold on. Oop, there we go. Okay, sorry, I just needed to readjust something on my screen real quick. Um, but yeah, so then the other thing was that I did something that I normally don't do. I cooked something today. I cooked something today. I think I've said this on stream before. I am not a foodie. I don't cook a lot. I don't enjoy cooking. To me, cooking is like how people like I look at cooking the same way other people look at doing laundry or cleaning or something like that. Like that's how I look at cooking. It's not relaxing or fun for me. It's like stressful and um like a hassle. And part of that stems from the fact that I'm not really a foodie. Like I'm all right with food, but like I only really eat most of the times because I have to, because I will, die if I don't. But I decided to try to make one thing, and that thing was Mexican rice, Mexican style rice, because it's one of my favorite foods that I had all the time. That I loved going to like when going to Mexican restaurants as a kid. Like I almost like when I was really young, I didn't care about I didn't care about the rest of the meal. I just cared about the rice because I liked the rice so much. Um, so I tried to cook it for the first time from a recipe that my mom gave me, and I'll say it went all right. It wasn't like okay, that on like two categories. Flavor wise, I would give it like 8 out of 10. It tasted pretty good and was pretty close. The problem um The problem was the texture. It was a little undercooked and kind of a little goopy for the rice, so I think I need to let it sit in there for a little bit longer. Um, because the texture was a little bit off, but not off to the point where it was like inedible or something like that. I'd give with that like a 6 out of 10. So in all, probably like a 7, which I think is pretty good for a first try of making something you've never made before. But yeah, so that was my whole that was basically my afternoon, was like trying to figure that out, and me like panic texting my mom like questions to make sure I was doing things right. And I think I did everything all right in the end. It could have gone, a lot worse. I didn't burn anything down. I didn't burn anything. Because that's the thing, like, I can cook. Like, there are other things I know how to cook and everything like that. Like, I wouldn't say that I'm, like, bad or, like, useless in a kitchen or something like that. I just don't like to. I choose not to. Because I don't like it. I don't enjoy it. It's not so much that I can't. Because I really do think, like, in true Ratatouille fashion, I do think that, like, anybody can, like, cook. Like, it's just, like, basic things are very easy. It's very easy to do. As long as you're just, like, paying attention a little bit, like, that's all it takes. All right, let's see. Is there anything else to go over? Let's see. We do, like I said, we do have an announcement that you saw in the title there. And it involves a stream that we're doing this weekend, but I think I'm going to wait a little bit until more people are here before I officially announce that. Maybe like when we're like halfway through the stream today, something like that. Yeah, I think with that though, let's talk a little bit about what we're going to be doing today. So let me go ahead and shrink myself down here. All right, so all right, sorry for the Victorian child jump scare, but this is what we're continuing today. We are continuing to look for everybody in this photo that I bought at an antique store from 1888. That is the plan for today. So on last stream, we looked at number 18 on this picture. Number 18, who is a woman named Helen Terry. We found out through looking at her history that she was born in 1883, so she's about 4 years old when this photo was taken. Or almost 5. She was almost 5 when this photo was taken, like a month away from being 5. And we already researched her sister, Ruth. Now, while Ruth unfortunately passed away at the age of 25, Helen lived to be 71, although she never married. She never married and never had like a full-time official job, but she did a lot of volunteer work with the like local school district and helped create the like served on the board for the local library. And also on last stream, we came across her because she was so involved in like all of these like little like kind of community things. She basically had so many newspaper articles about her. Like one 10-year period had like over 100 newspaper articles. And because of that, I told everybody, I was like, okay, we'll research some of this off. I'll research some of this off stream because it's too many to go through on stream. We don't have time for that. And so I did do that, and honestly, nothing to report back to you guys. It was pretty much all just like things of either like, oh, she hosted a lunch for some friends, or oh, she was on. She did an event with like this, community group that we've already seen like 20 times. So nothing. There wasn't any like big revelations or big things in those newspaper articles. So I'm honestly perfectly fine with the fact that we didn't look at them on stream at all. But yeah, so that leads us to what we're going to be doing today. And today we're going to be researching number 19 in this photo. Now, 19 in this photo is unique, and it's going to be the last of a certain type of person that we're going to be researching. So let me go ahead and pull up the back here. According to the back of the photo, her name is Jessie Garman. Jessie Garman is her name. And what makes her unique is that she is the last person in this photograph that doesn't have a sibling in this photo. She is the last fully original new person we're going to research for this photo, because every other person, all the remaining people on this list, so everyone 20 through 24, is a sibling of somebody we've already researched. They're a sibling of somebody we've already researched. So that means that we already have information on them. We already know like who their parents are. We know roughly when they were alive and stuff like that. We know where they were living for at least the beginning part of their lives and stuff like that. So that's what's going to make today really interesting. So the rest of these streams, number 20 through 24, are going to be actually, I think, pretty easy for us to research because we already have the information on them. And we already know that they were showing up a lot in things at the time. So I think without further ado, let's go ahead and head on over to our classroom. All right, so here we are. Yeah, this is my spreadsheet that I've made of everybody else that we've researched so far. And right here, yeah, Jesse Graham is the person we're going to be researching, and all these other people, all the remainder people that we have left are siblings of people here on this list that we've already researched. So like Marion Lighton is Bessie Lighton's sister. Eleanor Metcalf is Marion Metcalf's sister. Pearl Dietrich is Blanche Dietrich's sister. Edna Brown is Amy Brown's sister. And Mabel Lewis is both Helen Lewis and Harry Lewis's sister. Hello, Rice Seeker. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a good weekend and a good Sunday. Welcome on in. So yes, we are continuing our research today of the photo of where is it? Get ready for a jump scare. Wait, no, not this one. This one. Of this photo right here. 24 people. 24 people in total in this photo that we're researching. So it's a lot. It's technically a lot of genes. It's a lot. There's a lot of genes here. So it's 24 people in photo. 24 people in this photo. And so far today we're on number 19. We're on number 19. The girl above me, who is a girl by the name of Jessie Garman. Yes, that is. It's a lot of genes. We've had so many. I mean, this is, yeah, like the 19th person. We have about 5 more left. But yeah, we've found some interesting stuff with this photograph. Some highlights include that. Let's see, one of the one of the people in it, Marion Metcalf, ended up marrying a gold medal Olympic sprinter, and who competed in the 1900 Paris Olympics and won gold in 2 sprinting events. Amy Brown and the rest of the Brown family was crazy because it took me 3 hours just to find them in the historical record. So that was a crazy time. Eliza was a whole, God, just everything about her. Her story was insane. We found all kinds of crazy stuff with her. Like too much to honestly list right now. Let's see, is it Leslie? Was it Leslie Chase who? Who is the? Oh, it was this one. It was Mary Baldwin. Mary Baldwin was the one whose father owned a newspaper, and we found like newspaper articles of him basically trash talking the other local newspapers and them having like beef with each other, like this back and forth. It was actually really funny. Let's see. Lillian Heckman was by far the saddest story I've ever researched. Just a very, very depressing story. Sadie Weir, or possibly Sarah Weir, is unique in that she is the only person that I have not been able to find when doing this research. She's the only person out of 24 that I have not been able to 100% confirm that we found her. I found somebody with a similar name, but not the exact name. And there's some weird stuff going on with like what exactly her birth date is. So yeah. But like I said, today we're going to be looking at Jessie Garman. The mysterious case of the gene stealers. Yeah, there's no criminals, actually, now that I think about it. Which is interesting, because a lot of times when you do this research, every once in a while you'll come across at least like one person who was like a criminal. What prompted this, by the way? So I do these types of like history research streams. That's kind of like my main type of content that I do on here, because I'm a big history nerd. I was a history major in college. I work in a museum IRL, so I love history. And I love doing this type of research of just regular people and like learning more about them. And one of the ways that I find people to research is I go to antique stores and I find old photographs that have names on them and research them that way, which is how I found this photograph. I bought this photograph at an antique store in California. And what's crazy is that this photograph is from Pennsylvania, from like a small town in Pennsylvania. And it somehow ended up all the way in California. We still don't know how. That's one of the things that we're going to try and figure out later on a later date. But basically what I've been doing is like every stream has been, we research one person, you know, and try to find them. So yeah, and this is the first time I'm doing a group photo like this. Everything else I've done before has been like individual photos. This is the first time I've done like a photo of like a big group like this. And we started this project back in February. Like February 1st, I think, was the first day that we started doing this. So it's been over like almost 2.5 months. And we won't finish until like we'll be like 3 months in. So yeah, that's what prompted this. As someone from New York City, finding cool stuff in thrift stores is kind of hard because it's picked over by so many. Oh yeah, I can imagine that's such a huge problem. Yeah, because you got people there's so much more competition for people buying stuff. But I can imagine in a place like New York City, if you're lucky, you can find some really cool, interesting things, because it's a big city like New York City, because of just how diverse New York City is. But Yeah, then you have the problem of just like things getting like overrun. I mean, most of the antique stores I go to are in like the country, like more smaller towns, more rural kind of places. That's where I found this photo. Was in a more like rural setting. So that's kind of I feel like what you have to do to find like good stuff. But the other problem though is that nowadays because of the internet, everybody like it's easy for people to know what they have in terms of like the value of it and stuff like that. So it's a lot harder to find deals that way too of somebody who just doesn't know what you have. So yeah, all right. So let's go ahead and let's start figuring out what Jesse Garman has to say. So let's start looking at this. We always start with Ancestry.com when we do this. And we know they're in Wyoming County, Pennsylvania. We don't know a birth year yet. So let's just see if we can find anything. Okay, here we go. Right off the bat, we got something here. Jesse Carver Garman. Father Judge John Montgomery Garman. Mother Nellie Mitchell Carver Garman. Born November 1883 to Kenneck, Wyoming. Okay, that looks pretty promising. Okay. I feel pretty confident that this is her. Yeah, it's like that too with trading card games. I played Magic the Gathering for decades. Oh, yeah, no, exactly. Oh, well, okay, I will admit, so quick little story. I had amazing luck with specifically Pokemon cards a few years ago. Yeah, hustle culture is everywhere. I think so. Went to a garage sale. This was back in I think like 2018, like 2017, 2018, something like that. And I went to a garage sale in my neighborhood, and we got there kind of early. And I saw on the table there were these two binders, and I opened them up, and they are just filled with like first and second generation like Pokemon cards. And I'm not into trading cards. I'm not like into collecting them or stuff like that, but I do like cards. I do like Pokemon. And I figured, you know what, maybe this will be kind of fun thing to get. And so I looked at the people who were selling it and I asked them how much. And it was a mom and a kid. Kid was maybe like, if I had to guess, maybe like 10 years old, like around that age. And the mom kind of gestures at the kid and says, like, go ahead, tell him, what do you want for it? And the kid said $40 for two binders filled. And I immediately said, like, I'll take it. And and while I'm doing this, I'm having the realization of like, why does this kid have these Pokemon cards? He wasn't alive when any of these cards came out. Like, why does he have these? He doesn't have any modern ones or anything like that. And as I'm leaving with the binders, the dad comes out. The dad comes out and he says, I overhear him say as I'm walking away, "Who put those out?" And the mom says, like, oh, their kid like put it out. And he says, like, those shouldn't have been for sale. I hear this as I'm like walking away, so I'm not 100% sure if that's what that was, because they easily could have stopped me. Like, they easily could have stopped me and been like, oh, hey, sorry, we're not selling those. But this is my theory. This was the dad's collection. And the dad passed it on to the kid. And the kid didn't care. The kid did not care, and basically just got rid of them. And I'll just say this: in the years, in like the past, in the past 2 years, I think is when I started doing this. Yeah, 2 years ago. No, or yeah, about 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago. I've made $600 selling these cards. And I haven't even sold all of them yet. I still have some of them. I've sold all the really good ones, but there are tons of like first editions, holographics, like, like all these crazy good ones. Um yeah, like the only like he didn't have a Charizard. He didn't have a holographic Charizard. That was like the only big one he was like missing. But yeah, I and that's selling them to like card stores and stuff like that. I didn't try to like sell them I didn't try to sell them like, individually like online because that's way too much of a hassle and way too much work. I just because I only paid $40 for them. I'm happy to get whatever. And you got a story out of it. Yeah, I did. I got a really good story out of it. So I'm like I'm never gonna get I don't think I'm ever gonna be that lucky ever again, especially nowadays. Especially now that Pokemon cards have gone like stupidly in value. And especially like you said, with all like the scalpers and everything going on right now. It's just ridiculous. So yeah. That's my Yeah, exactly. I'm the same way. I'm too lazy to sell cards online. Yeah, I just went to some card stores like near me and just sold them to them. All right, but let's go ahead. Let's look at this real quick cuz this looks like it has a lot of interesting stuff. Okay. Well, there's a decent amount of things here. Yeah, but hold on. Let's look at this here. Oh, these are okay, wait, hold on. Those are just the photos of the grave. Actually, wait, hold on. What does this gallery look like? Okay, it's just the photos of the graves and everything. Uh, let's see. Pandemic led to collectibles becoming a place for people to solidify their crypto money. Yeah, honestly, that's what it is. It's like almost like money laundering at this point, it feels like. Like it's just them trying to like, get something with value for their fake money. Hey, Onion, welcome on in. Good to see you. No, you did not miss the announcement. I'll probably make it when we're about like an hour in, maybe. Yeah, I'll make it when we're about like an hour in. After our first like ad break, that's when I'll do it. So don't worry. Waiting with the boys, there's 40 of us. Oh god. Don't need to give me that kind of pressure. uh But yeah, we're currently researching Jessie Garman, and we just found her in the historic record here. And there's a lot here. So let's go ahead and let's start with the classic 1900 census. We always start with the census records. Okay, so Okay, so by 1900, this is the 1900 census, they're not living in Taconic, Pennsylvania anymore. They are they're living in a different, they're in Luzerne County, which is right next door, so they're not that far. 71 Main Street in Nanticoke. I think that's how you say that, Nanticoke. Hold on, let me pull up Google Maps real quick. Okay, here we go. So there's Nanticoke. Okay, it's south of Wilkes-Barre. And Taconic is up here. So yeah, not super far in the grand scheme of things. Doesn't seem that big, but it's... Yeah, it looks... Just with like how it's laid out and everything, it looks like a very modern city. Almost like too perfect. Hello, Aeon. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good weekend. We're still kind of early in our research. We're trying to research a girl named Jessie Garman, and we found her. So yeah, so she's living here with her mother, Nellie, and father, John. She's 16. So yeah, puts her birth year at November of 1883, which does make sense for this photo. That means she's, 4 years old in this photograph, roughly. And she has a brother named Theodore, who wasn't born yet at the time this photo was taken. Let's see what John does for a living. Okay, he's a lawyer. That kind of makes sense. There's been a lot of kind of attorneys, lawyers, politicians, pastors, business owners, a lot of a more like upper class family just in general. And like community leaders. Okay, let's look at what's the next census. Okay, we do have a 1910 census here. It doesn't look like she's married. Yeah, she's still not married yet. Yeah, she's single. Yeah, still living with her parents. They moved to Wilkes-Barre. What street is this? West Waken? Maybe? A little hard to tell with it being sideways and in cursive. We'll try. We'll try that later. When we try looking up like what maybe their houses were. But so she's 26. She's a teacher. Look at that. She's a teacher. Her father's a full-on judge. Father's a full-on judge. And yeah, they're in Wilkes-Barre. Wilkes-Barre. So then by the 1920 census, though, it looks like her name changes. Okay, married to a man named Charles LeMay? Charles LeMay, 416 South Franklin Street? Yeah, still in Wilkes-Barre. What does he do? He's a surgeon! Whoa, look at that. She married a surgeon. General practice. Wait, how old is he? 39, she's 36. Okay. They have a maid. Wow, they have a... Okay, that's, again, shows their kind of... the money that they have. They have a maid living with them. I wonder if they'll have any kids. Okay, here's the 1930 census. But this is a... Is this the same person? Wait. Is this the same person? No, this can't... No, this isn't the same person at all. This is a different person. Yeah, completely different place. These kid years don't make sense, because that says that her kid is 19, but there is no kid in the 1920 census. Okay, so hold on. If that's not her... Oh, is there census records here? No! Okay, that's weird. It stops at 1920. But we know she lives till 1974, so there's just no census records for in between that time? That's crazy that there's nothing. Did they move somewhere else? Okay, well, what's this 1951? Okay, wait, no, I think this might be her. 1950. It says she's married. It says she's married, but there's... Oh, wait, and she's back in Tacanic. She's back in Tacanic. She moved back. But where's her husband? Where's Charles? But look at this. It says she's a pharmacist at a drugstore. Look at that. I feel like this is the first... This is the first, like, woman that we've come across, I feel like, that has, like, had a full-on job after getting married. Which is crazy to think about, that out of all these people, out of 24 people, majority of which are women in this photo, this is the first one where it's like, after they got married, they had a job. Because everybody else's jobs... They either didn't have a job, or they quit their job after they got married. Oh, whoops! Accidentally closed that. But it has to be her. I just don't know where. I just don't know where Charles is. Because it says married. Like, they're still married. He's not widowed. He's not dead yet. But where is he? That's interesting. Hmm. Hmm. Alright, we already got some mysteries that we gotta solve. We do have, apparently, a marriage record here. Okay, where are they? Okay, here it is, right here. Okay, yeah, here, yeah. It says she's working at home. She was born on 29th of November, 1883. Charles was born 20th of April, 1880. Yeah, and he says he's a physician, which is what we know. He's from Illinois. Yeah, born in Taconic, residing in Wilkes-Barre. And they got married January 20th, 1913. Okay, yeah, so that makes sense. That in between the 1910 and 1920 census, we see that. Okay. Let's see, what... There's a lot of passenger lists I'm noticing on this. There's a lot of passenger lists that are showing up for her, which is interesting. And a passport application here. Let's look at this. This is Pennsylvania, New Jersey Church and Town Records. Let's look at that one next. These records give me Sonder, bro. What is Sonder? I actually don't know what that is. Okay, hold on. Are these... Okay, Charles W. Maine, Chicago, Illinois. Jesse Garment. Okay, Wilkes-Barre, January 22nd, 1913. When you realize everyone has their own life and just be living for... Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a big thing with this research. I mean, that's why I love looking at this stuff. You realize that, yeah, everybody... Like, just people in the past really weren't that different from us. That they were just living their everyday lives, just like we were. They aren't some, like, mysterious group that we don't understand or don't know. Like, you can easily kind of learn about them doing this stuff. So according to this, they got married at 80 West Union Street? Is that what that says? Wilkes-Barre. Mr. and Mrs. John C. Garment. So they're at her parents' house. That's when they got married. Got the marriages. That. These passenger lists. Let's look at this one, because this one also says it's report of birth. Okay. Report of birth of children born to American. Wait, what? Hold on. Children born to American parent, American Consul Service. Tabriz, Persia, April 25th, 1925. Child, Caroline Adams Lame, or LeMay. Female, December 5th, 1923. Place of birth, American Mission Hospital. Tabriz, Persia. Charles Wilson LeMay, physician, missionary. They were doing mission work out there. El Paso, Illinois, Persia. Registered as American citizen since 1913. That's why they're not in the census records. That's why they're not in the census records. They were probably doing mission work. Birthplace Taconic, Pennsylvania, USA. Yeah, and she's living at the hospital. Okay, and we have here number of previous children, 1. Number now living, 1. So wait, hold on. Okay, if they're saying number of previous children was 1, so they had 1 other child before this. Number now living. Is this one referring to the same one here? Or are they referring to the one that was just born? Because if it's number now living, wouldn't it say 2 if this one was still alive? Well, hold on. What's their name? Caroline? Who was in that census record? Okay, Catherine. She's 22. It means she was born in 1928. And when was this document? 1923. Okay, so they might have had more children later on. I don't even know where to... Well, because this is... They just say Persia. That could be anywhere in the Middle East. Where is Tabriz? Hold on. Where is Tabriz? Okay, it's in... Okay, modern day... I found it just as you said that, Onion. Yeah, modern day Iran. Okay, I see. Yeah, so according to this, yeah, Tabriz is right here, in this part of Iran. Let's see, contemporary era, 1917, World War I. Was it part of the Ottomans? Ottoman Empire army led by a threatened to the whole Russian army in the Caucasus region. Russian troops captured the city from the Ottomans. Later stage of war, escalation of the Russian armies in Iranian were evacuated. Following Russia's retreat, the Ottomans captured the city once again for a few months until the decisive end of the war and retreated thereafter. After World War I, a new era in the country's history began. Reza Pahlavi, brigadier general of the Persian Cossack Brigade, declared himself king of the country following a coup d'état. Uh, he started with promises of modernization programs in Iran, which was concentrated on the unification of the country under the idea of one country, one nation. This included centralization of power and imposing restrictions on the local cultural heritage and language in Iranian Azerbaijan in the city of Tabriz. Modernization and nationalization plan continued until the surge of World War II. Okay, so it was part of Iran during that time. Okay. Huh. Bro had a child at the cusp of World War One and is a missionary in the Middle East. What was he thinking? I mean, hey, his wife was with him, and you know what? Maybe he just, wanted to have a kid. Because they were, for the time, I feel like they were kind of older than when most people have kids during this time. Because they were... She was 40, and he was 43. Tabriz has been part of the Persia for a long time. Or the population is very mixed. Yeah, that's what I got from like that little bit that I read on that Wikipedia article. Guessing he's Protestant, probably. Well, a lot of the people in this photo, their main connection, if they're not family related, is that they're part of the Presbyterian Church. They're part of the Presbyterian Church, so which is Protestant. So yeah. Okay, then that's crazy. And yeah, that does explain why there's not much information on them during this big period. Are there any other birth records here? And that also explains why we have all these passenger lists. Because they were probably going back and forth a lot. Okay, actually, wait, hold on. Let's look at this. Before we look at the passenger list, let's look at this passport application. Okay, so according to this... Jesse... Yeah, there's Jesse. Born in Taconic, Pennsylvania, state of Pennsylvania, on the 29th of November, 1883. Charles Wilson LeMay was born in El Paso, Illinois, and now residing in Wilkes-Barre, Texas. No, these aren't flying. These are for boats. They definitely took a boat. You still needed to apply for a passport when you're taking a boat back then. Oh, wait, look at this. And then this is saying different times that I have resided outside the United States at the following places for the following periods. Oh, it's very blurry. March 1918 to May 1918. It's really hard to tell. It's too blurry. Permanent residence being Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, in the state of Pennsylvania. Where I'm a housewife. Well, look at this. My last passport was obtained by the consul at Bombay, India. July 1918? and was canceled and returned to me. So she was also, dang, they were missionaries. They were going all over the place. Probably went through the former French and British colonies to get to Tabriz then, or through Turkey. Yeah, definitely. I think, yeah, during this time, there's no way bro is circumnavigating the globe in a boat to get to Tabriz like Columbus. Well, I mean, what they probably did was they took a boat to, hold on. What they likely did was they just took a boat from, let's just say, New York City. They took a boat across and then went through Gibraltar, went into the Mediterranean, probably got on a boat, or probably got off either somewhere here in the Middle East, or they went up through Greece, through Istanbul, and into the Black Sea and went down this way. So they took a boat majority of the way. Because that was definitely better and safe. They might have flown like a little bit once they got to this, but it's 1920. Boats, or 1920s, boats or planes are still not super common and super popular during this time. Most people are still traveling in boats. Let's see, wait. Persia missionary work, yeah. I intend to leave the United States from the port of New York. I think on board the Henry Mallory. Oh, are we in ads? Okay. Okay, once ads are done, what I'll do is I will go ahead and show our announcement. Okay, yeah. Okay, so sorry, yeah, I didn't realize we were in ads there for that little bit there. I doubt they went through the Black Sea. The Caucasus are a very, very unforgiving mountain range. Also, during this time, there was the whole situation with Russia, the Cossacks. That is true, yes. That was going on around this time. So, yeah. They probably, in that case, then they probably went through Turkey. Which at the time was, actually, yeah, just stopped being the Ottoman Empire. Or they went through these, like, what's modern day like Syria and Iraq to, like, which were French and British colonies at the time. One of those likely. All right, yeah. So once ads are over for everybody in about like a minute, I'll go ahead and do the announcement. But this is crazy that they traveled so much, because this is 1920. So this is in 1920. In, when is this signed? April of 1920. When is the 1920 census record here? When was this filled out? January of 1920. Yeah, so okay, so they hadn't left yet. So that's why there's no census records. Because they were doing missionary work. All right, because let's see. I do have, I think it's now that ads are over, I think it's time for announcement. So let me go ahead, and I'll probably do this announcement another time if more people show up later. I'll probably do it at the end of stream as well. But let's go ahead and head on over to this view. Oh, sorry. Victorian child jump scare. Hold on. There we go. Okay. I am going to pause the music real quick. All right, and then I'm gonna make myself disappear, and I got something to play for you guys. All right, enjoy.
I'm going to make an announcement.
I'm doing a 12-hour stream to celebrate my 1-year affiliate anniversary. That's right, 12 hours of uninterrupted nap on Saturday, April 18th. What can you expect to see during these 12 hours? Well, we'll have museums, millionaires, school, GeoGuessr, Time Guesser, Hands, Hulhauser,
Hit it, Joe!
and more. Also, for the first time, I will have a few sub goals that if we hit, will trigger some fun things on stream. So be sure to save the date, and I hope to see you guys there. So yeah, that's the big announcement. I am going to be on this Saturday, April 18th, to celebrate my 1-year affiliate anniversary. We'll be doing a 12-hour stream. So yeah. Yes, mark your calendars. So yeah, that's the big announcement. So yeah, so I'm really looking forward to it. We're gonna have, I think, a fun time. My voice and my body will probably be dead by the end of it, but it's worth a shot. Very nice video. Thank you, Onion. But yeah, I've never done 12 hours, so it's gonna be a very big change for me. The most I think I've done before is like 7, I think. I know I've done more than 6. I think 7 is maybe around my record, roughly. So yeah, so that's the big announcement, is that this Saturday is going to be a special 12-hour affiliate stream, and I'm very excited. We're going to have a lot of fun stuff going on, and I really hope to see you guys there. All right, now back to the research. Okay, so yeah, the fact that this is 1920, and they're still there in yeah, okay, yeah, this is when they got that passport in 1920. They're still there in 1923. And they're still working on the same passport. This passport that they're referring to right here, 27129. 27129, right here. This is the application. This is the passport that they're referring to. Is there anything on the other page? Oh, okay, yeah. So it's unfortunately because of how this was copied on the microfilm, quality's not great, but that's her in that what looks like something you'd see out of like an analog horror video. But that's her. Hard to tell, unfortunately, but yeah. Look at that. Can't really tell, compared to the 2 photos that we got. But and we also learned some other things about her too. Oh, wait, the music. I was wondering why it sounded quiet. Sorry about that. Sorry about the the awkward silence with all of that. So yeah, so this makes me think that maybe there's not going to be that much like in terms of like newspapers and things like that for her because she was living in modern day Iran the whole time. Okay, so according to this, scripted applicant, 36 years old, 5 feet, 3.5 inches, forehead low, eyes blue, nose straight, complexion fair, face oval, hair brown, chin round, mouth medium? Is that what that says? Bring up the Persian newspapers, I can read them. I mean, I don't even know how to search on Persian newspapers. Because I can't type in... Because it's a type of, like, Arabic script, isn't it? So I don't think I'm going to be able to really search that with my computer. Okay, I do want to... Okay, so that's the passport. So that gave us good context for what's going on here. Now let's look at these, again, these passenger lists. So we have 3 different ones here. Okay, this is a completely different one. This is not has nothing to do with... This is 1904. This is before she even marries. Where? Wait, where is she? Oh, there she is. Jessie Garman. Married or single. United States citizen. Wherever, whether ever before in the United States, and if so, when and where. Tourist. Cabin passage. Oh, cabin. Okay. Cabin passage. That's what that says. I love the random anthropological details in old documents. You'll find an old Russian passport or something, and instead just says head Tajikistani or something like that. Like, yeah. Well, my favorite one is on World War I draft cards. It's for under height and weight. There's no like you put like in like a metric measurement in. All it is just three words: short, medium, tall, and you just circle one of them. And then for like weight, it's like, what is it? Like thin, medium, and stout, I think is like the 3 options. Which I really want to know what the line was for those. Like where was the cutoff point between when somebody was like heavy or stout? Okay. Okay, yeah, so this is a completely different trip. This is them going from... They were doing a European trip at this point. Let's look at this one. Okay, this is August 1916. That's during World War One. Yeah, she would be married. Charles and Jesse. Okay, yeah. April 20th, 1880, 1888. Okay, yeah, that's their house. Okay, is there, on the next page, is there, hold on, wait. What number were they? 8 and 9. 8 and 9. Oh, wait, no, these are different people. Okay, so that's all the information we have for this. So yeah, so they were traveling together from Norway in 1916 and arrived in New York in 1916. Yeah, so they were traveling a lot during this time. Because this other passenger list, let's see what this one's from. Yeah, look at this. Port of departure, Hong Kong. September 1918. September 10th, 1918. Arrival port, San Francisco. They were going everywhere. Because just in the, so here this one's Norway. This is Hong Kong a few years later. This passport application says that, they were in Bombay, India at one point, and Persia before this. They were going everywhere. And we know they stay in Persia for a while. Because they're still there 3 years later. Okay, so yeah, Jesse and Charles. Yep, Tacanic, El Paso. It's 15 North Franklin Street, Wilkes-Barre. Is there any more information on this other page, or is it just another list? Just another list, okay. Wow. And that's a long trip. Because they not only have to go across the country first to get to San Francisco, to get to the West Coast, they then have to take a boat from the Pacific to Hong Kong. That's such a long trip. That's longer than the Atlantic Passage. They probably had to stop in Hawaii along the way and stuff. Wow. This is crazy. They went literally everywhere. Hold on real quick. I am curious with this document here. Because it's folded like this. Are there... Okay, hold on, wait. Yeah, there is this. Okay, Department of State, July 1st, 1925. Cardell, July... File. Yeah, Caroline. So this is her... Okay, yeah, so there's that. There's that. There's something on the other page? Declared to in our presence at Tabriz, Persia, this 29th day of April, 1925. Okay, so even though... Okay, so... So even though she was born in 1923, they didn't file this until 1925. So they're still there. They're still there in 1925. They're just reporting it officially, and having her, set up so that she is, a U.S. citizen and everything. Yeah, and this is more... Port of birth, children to American parents. This looks like a lot of the same information. Oh, wait. This is a different thing. Reported birth of children. This is 1928. This is their other kid. This is their other kid, Catherine. Okay. Date of birth, March 5th, 1928. Okay, wait, yeah. This is their other kid. This is Catherine. This is Catherine who's in the 1950 census record, who's still living with them. Jesse's living with them. Also, this might be why, because I was asking myself, like, okay, if Jesse's here, it says that she's married, where's Charles? He was probably out doing mission work. That's probably why he's not here. He's probably maybe doing some sort of like mission work. Wow. This is crazy. Again, you never know where this photo is going to bring you. I never would have thought in a million years that this photo would have brought me to multiple people being born in Iran, in Tabriz, Iran. So yes, this is Catherine. So she was born in March 5th, 1928. This was filed August 10th, 1928. Yep. Charles, American Consulate. Yeah, so they're still there in 1928. Empire Persia Province of Azerbaijan, city of Tabriz, Consulate of the United States of America. So they had to have, because there was fighting there during World War II, they had to have left during World War II. Because in this thing, it talks about how during World War II, no, sorry, it was World War I, it went back and forth a lot. Okay, at the final year of the World War II, despite the declaration of the neutrality by the Iranian government, the country was occupied by the Allied forces. The Allied forces then urged Reza Pahlavi to abdicate and install his son, Mohammad Reza, as the new king of the country. This just goes to show how strong someone's faith can be, to the point that they can take on such an arduous journey akin to Peter and Paul. I like to think of them talking about in their kitchen before they set off. I mean, yeah, I mean, that is the thing with missionaries, is that, yeah, they are dedicated. And he's a physician, he's a surgeon, so that's probably his main thing, is that he's working at the hospital there. They could have crossed into Turkey since they were neutral and had good ties with everyone. And being the Turkish Republic, yeah, that's likely what they might have done that, or they maybe just came home. It's hard to say. Presence, consul, okay. This same person or different people? Okay, different person. Oh yeah, look at that. We got both of them here, which is crazy. I'll double check and make sure these other pages aren't them as well. No. Okay. Wow. So yeah, so both of these kids were born in Persia. And they went all over the place too. Okay, so that's a lot of questions have been answered because of that. Look at this family history book. Okay, Jesse Carver. Whose book is this? Okay, here we go. Okay, yeah, this is her. So it is her family. This book is talking about her parents. Nellie. Okay, so this is her mother, specifically her mother's side of the family. Nellie, because Nellie is her mother. Born July 23rd, 1862. Married October 25th, 1882, to the Honorable John Montgomery Graham, born in Thompsontown, Juniata, County, Pennsylvania, September 1st. 1851, son of John Levy and Margaret Graham Garman. Judge of the Luzerne County, Pennsylvania court, and long an eminent leader of the Democratic Party, whose children are Jesse Carver. There we go, right there. Jesse Carver, born November 29th, 1883, married January 22nd, 1913, to Dr. Charles Wilson Lame or LeMay, and then John Montgomery Jr. So that's her brother. Okay, but born 1885, but died 1886. Amelia Carver, born 1899, died 1892. And then John, born September 1882, died 1906. Wow. So Jesse was their only surviving kid. Jesse was their only kid that made it to adulthood out of 4. Wow. Because John, who's in this one, oh, this is Theodore. Maybe it's like a nickname. But yeah, September of 1892. Yeah, born September 1st. Oh yeah, John Theorus. Born September 1st, 1892, died June 28th, 1906. Yeah, the only surviving kid, because John passed away when he was 14. Wow. I wonder what their modern day descendants are doing. I mean, who knows? That's the thing with this type of research. Who knows what their descendants are doing? Who knows where they are? Are they still in the area? Did they move away? Who knows? Okay, that's all the actual, like, documents that we have here. So let's then look at this or no, we should look at this actual document that we have here. This is her death certificate, because that's such a big gap. There are so many gaps that we don't have about her because, again, she was living overseas. Okay. Wait. This isn't her. This isn't her death certificate. 1919. Charles. Oh, this is a... Oh, no. Okay, This is a death certificate for a child that they lost during birth. Yeah, born February 10th, died February 12th. 1919. This is probably what they're referring to. Where is it? In this one, where down here it says number of previous children 1, number now living 1. So they did have a child that they lost. So this is that child. I thought it was it was going to be a death certificate for Jesse, but I guess not. Yeah, premature. Oh, premature birth, 7.5 months. Okay, that's what happened. It was a premature birth. So yeah, unfortunately, at this time in 1919, there was no way that kid, unfortunately, was going to survive. Sadly. Okay, so that's not. So that's not. I thought that was going to be Jesse's death certificate. Well, let's look at her grave now. So yeah, here we go. Born, 29th November 1883, Decanic, Wyoming County, Pennsylvania. Death, July 14th, 1974, age 90. You're gonna make me cry, bro. Honestly, like, that is very, common with this, type of research. You weren't here. I don't know if you saw when we were here. If you think this is emotional, and it definitely is. If you were here for when we researched Lillian Heckman, this story broke me. Like, I've never been so close to, like, actually tearing up on stream researching stuff just with her story, and it's too long to really go over right now, but let me just put it this way. The fact that what really pushed it for me was that, one, we could see the grieving process in the historic record, like there were like clear signs of it, and two, the people who were helping Lillian's husband in the grieving process were the same people who helped Lillian when she was grieving, when her mother passed away. And that's what broke me. The same couple. This is the woman that got sick. She had tuberculosis and unfortunately got pregnant. I'll just sum it up quickly. She had tuberculosis and unfortunately got pregnant around the same time and gave birth to twins who unfortunately didn't survive. And then she passed away a few weeks later from the birth because of the combination of the birth and tuberculosis. Just, she wasn't able to survive. And then her husband quit his job because we saw in the historic record that they met through his job. They worked at the same place before they got married. So he likely couldn't stay there. He quit his job, moved back to his parents' house, and then, like, in a census record, like a year later, it says that he is unemployed, so he's still not working after all of this happened to him. And then, again, we see in the newspaper articles that the only time he goes back to Decanic, Pennsylvania after her death is to visit this elderly couple who helped Lillian when her mother passed away. They then helped her husband when she passed away. And this same elderly couple also helped one of our previous people that we've researched. They also helped Leslie Chase here as well. when her father passed away. It was just seeing all these things like connect, and again seeing examples of like the grieving process in the historic record, which is not super common. That's what really broke me. That's honestly what really broke me. Shout out to Albert Clement and Camilla Gurian for curing tuberculosis. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, it was a horrible. It's insane when you look at like how horrible all of that, all of that was back then. And thank God it's not nearly as prevalent today as it is, because it was a horrible, horrible disease to have to deal with. That might follow you into battle. Well, thank you. Thank you, man. I mean, hey, I just hope, that you guys are, not just entertained by this, but are maybe inspired by this, that you maybe inspires you to, look into your own history or just history of anything that you're interested in, or just, have a better understanding and like appreciation for the past, because I certainly do when I look at this stuff. But all right, so yeah, so this is her grave, and we have an obituary right here. There's 2 graves. Yeah, Charles LeMay. He passed away in 1955, and then Jesse passed away November 29th, 1883 to July 14th, 1974. Okay, wait, hold on. We'll read. And then, okay, here's one of their kids, Caroline. Not Catherine. This is Caroline. So yeah, she passed away 1925 to 1996. So she was 71. And look, there's a picture of Charles. That's probably, if I had to guess, this photo right here is likely the photo from a passport. Because it's not the best quality. Their parents could have met Thomas Jefferson. I think. Well, actually, I think they might have been. They would have possibly met. Well, no, because Jefferson passed away in the 1820s, I think. So likely their grandparents could have met Thomas Jefferson. I don't think their parents wouldn't have, because John and Nellie. John was born in 1851. Nellie was born in 1862. So the grandparents could have met. They could have met Abraham Lincoln. That's a cool one too. Yeah, passed away in 1826. Still kind of, oh yeah, no, it is insane. I mean, it really is insane when I think about that stuff. I think about how my grandparents could have known like Civil War veterans. Like, that's what's crazy to me, is that my grandparents could have known Civil War veterans. And sadly, in a few years, people are going to think about that with World War II veterans. Like us, like our generation, and World War II veterans. How we knew a bunch of World War II veterans growing up. All right, let's read this obituary that's right here real quick and just learn a little bit about Jessie. So, Mrs. Jessie Garman LeMay, 90, Taconic, died Tuesday in Laurel Hill Nursing Home, Dunmore, after an illness. The widow of Dr. Charles W. LeMay, who died in 1955. She was born in Taconic November 29th, 1884, daughter of the late John M. and Millie Carver Garman. She was an alumna of Wyoming Seminary and Wesley College. She and her late husband spent their married lives as missionaries to Iran under the Presbyterian Board of Foreign Missions, sponsored by the First Presbyterian Church of Wilkes-Barre, of which Mrs. LeMay was a member. There we go. Look at that. It was Presbyterian. Surviving are two daughters, Mrs. John R. Jaquish Clarion and Mrs. Robert L. Stevens Decanic, and 15 grandchildren. How many kids did these two daughters have? Jesus. 15 grandchildren. That's insane. There's an anecdote from a World War II veteran who went to a class and said, "Man, you probably see me how I saw Civil War veterans when I was a kid." Yeah, no, that's honestly exactly what it is. That's exactly what's happening. And eventually it'll get to that point with, Vietnam, and way down the line, same with, Middle Eastern, like war in Iraq, war in Afghanistan veterans as well. All right. Private funeral and committal services will be held at the Harding Funeral Home, 64 Bridge Street, Taconic, at the convenience of the family on Thursday, with the Reverend John H. McVeigh, pastor of Taconic Presbyterian Church, officiating. Interment, Sunnyside Cemetery. There will be no viewing. Memorial contributions may be made to the General Assembly Mission Council of the Presbyterian Church. Okay, yeah, so it was the Presbyterian Church. Wow. That's a crazy... I mean, I wish we could see... It said how long they were in Iran for. It just says she and her late husband spent their married lives as missionaries to Iran. I mean, they're there in 1950. He's a pharmacist at a drugstore. Okay, hold on. Let me go ahead, before we move on to newspapers. Let me pull up Family Search real quick and just see if there's anything in there for her. Let me just sign in real quick. Okay, so we're Jesse. She was born in and Alright, so yeah, so this is her record on Family Search. It says she has 14 sources. And it's interesting that only Caroline is only listed here of their children, even though Catherine is still their child. Okay, yeah, the marriages. Okay, this is a 1917 passport application? Okay, this is different. Okay, hold on. State of Pennsylvania, Luzerne. Dr. Charles W. LeMay. Writing a passport. For myself, accompanied by my wife. Born in El Paso, Illinois. 20th, 1880. Native born citizen. Residing at Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. Where I follow the occupation of physician. I intend to return to the United States within 8 years. 8 years. So they say that on this passport. When was this? 1917. Yeah, Persia, missionary work. And then that's him. That's him right there. It's a slightly better quality photo. Uh, 36 years old, 5'9". Medium forehead, eyes blue, nose straight, mouth medium, chin round, hair dark brown, complexion fair, face medium. It's like setting up the custom characterization settings on like a video game. Oh, wait, look at this. The Board of Foreign Missionaries, Presbyterian Church of the USA. To whom it may concern, this is to certify that Dr. Charles W. LeMay is a regularly appointed missionary of this board to its West Persia mission, that he is booked to sail on the steamship Frederick the VIII from New York on February 28th, 1917 for Christiania, and that his purpose is going to Persia to engage in missionary work. Dr. LeMay will proceed from Christiania via Stockholm and Petrograd. Okay. This is in... Okay, wait, is there anything on the next page? Okay, no, this is Jesse. Okay, yeah, now we have Jesse. This is a different one. This is a different passport. Jesse Tacanic, 29th, 1883. Husband. My father, John M. Garman, was born, yeah, there. Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. Housewife. Term within 8 years. Persia. Missionary work. We're of New York. February 28th, 1917. There she is again. Look at that. Yeah, because this is a different one. This is from 1917. This is from 3 years before that other one that we got. Yeah, and this is the same thing for her that her husband got from the missionary Board of Foreign Missions for the Presbyterian Church. Wonder if anyone converted due to their work. I mean, who knows? With mission work, who knows? I don't know anything about really how exactly it works. I'm not religious. I'm not part of any church, so I have no idea. But yeah, that's her. It's hard to really tell exactly what she looks like. I mean, compared to this photo and the photo above me. It's a little hard to say. But wow, that's crazy that we found that. But that's here. But yeah, that's the passion list we already saw. 1920 census, passport applications we already saw. Is this her? 1940 census? Hold on. Did they find her in the 1940 census? Where is she? I don't see her on this page. Oh, there she is. Yeah, this is her. Oh, because they spelled it wrong. They spelled it lamb. So where's this at? New Jersey. So that's why we weren't able to find them. But yeah, like somebody else did. Jesse Lamb. Yeah, Caroline and Catherine. Okay, this is saying that she was born in Persia, even though we know that's not true. But the other two were. Her kids were. Her daughters were. Yeah, no occupation listed. And again, he's not there. I'm walking over here. I mean, that's more New York than New Jersey, but say I get the idea. That's more of a New York thing than a Jersey. Okay, well, so that's great that they actually found her in the census. Okay, so that's great that we have that. Find a grave. Okay, but that's it, though. Wow. This is a newspaper, or just a part of a newspaper article? Is it not the whole thing? Wait, hold on. It doesn't say, we don't have any information on, like, first of all, this isn't the whole article, which sucks. But this says, okay, Mrs. Charles LeMay gives talk on mission work. Mrs. Charles LeMay, wife of a physician missionary, just returned from Syria and Persia, and a daughter of Judge John M. Garman of Wilkes-Barre, was the principal speaker yesterday afternoon at the meeting of the Missionary Society of the First Presbyterian Church, giving an excellent word picture of conditions in the countries at the outbreak of the European War. Mr. LeMay told of thrilling experiences she encountered in Urumaia and Tabriz. She was in the latter city when the Russian army was called away and during the sacking of the city by the Kurds. So she was there during the World War II. That's why they're in New Jersey. Because this is 1940. I mean, the U.S. isn't in the war yet, but the war is going on in Europe. I don't know when exactly like things started to happen um in the Middle East during that time, but what likely happened is that she went back. That's probably what happened. She went back, and her husband stayed behind, maybe to like keep doing his work. Maybe we'll find out when we get. I want to find that actual newspaper article now. Now that I know that that exists, that sucks that it's just this little bit, and not the whole thing. And we don't know what newspaper and what like information this came from. Ugh, that's annoying. Bro was not thinking. He was absolutely not thinking at all. Just let him get down. No, I mean, well, I mean, he was probably seen as valuable as like he was a surgeon, he was a doctor, he could help people. That's probably why he decided to stay. And when he was already there for mission work because of his faith, that's not a guy who's just gonna. I feel like he's not the type of guy who's just gonna run away. Personally, whether it's smart or dumb, who knows? But I think it is smart that he got his family out. He's at least smart for getting his family out. Okay, so we're now going to start looking at newspapers. Maybe we'll see if we can find that one there, but we'll start with just her name, Jessie Garman. The last thing you want to be known as in a world war is a valuable asset. I mean, yeah, that is true. But, I mean, we know he survived, thankfully. He passed away in 1955. We know he survived the war. So we'll start with 1883 to 1900. And we'll do Wyoming County. Wow, only one article in Wyoming County for that whole time. What does this say? Okay, Jessie Garman, a little daughter of John M. Garman, Esquire, had her elbow put out of joint while taking a swing on Tuesday last. Dr. C.H. Dana was called and the elbow put in place again, and the child is now doing as well as could be expected under the circumstances. Oh, she dislocated her elbow. God, that sucks. How old? Wait, this is 1890. She'd be 7. About. Yeah, she'd be about 7. Okay, that's the only newspaper article we got for her from this time period in this county. What if we change it to Luzerne County, because we know they do move there at some point. There we go, look at that. Oh, first we gotta sort oldest first. Okay. And so 1894 is when we start seeing her in these records. What do we got here? Okay, this is for school stuff. Oh yeah, Nanticoke. That's where they were. Yeah, okay. That's where they were living. That's what was on the census record. State Street building room number 2. Okay, yeah, this is her. Yeah, this is her class. So by 1894, she's not in Tacanic anymore. By 1894, she is for sure not in Tacanic anymore. So so between 1890 and 1894 is when they move. Let's see, what about this one? The public schools closed this afternoon for a 2 weeks Christmas vacation with an entertainment which was well attended by both scholars and parents. The following program was rendered in excellent style. Opening chorus, an old song resung, an old story well told. Jessie Garman. Okay, so that was her part in this play, or this recitation. I think is how you would say that. Is this another school thing, probably? This one? Oh no, this is a birthday party. A birthday surprise party was held last evening at the residence of photographer Panbecker on East Main Street. It was the 13th birthday of Miss Stella Panbecker, and a large number of young friends assembled to do honor to the occasion. Among those present, I don't think we're going to see anybody that we recognize because these are all going to be people from this town of Nanticoke, because that's where she was living at the time. This one looks like it's another school thing. Yeah. Oh, the following of our public schools have been perfect in their attendance for the month ending in March. Okay. So yeah, look at that. She had perfect attendance. Good student. What's this one? Okay, yeah, that's another public attendance thing. Basically the same article, but in worse format. Not this one. High school building. Roll of honor. Wait, 1895. She'd be 12. So I don't think she's in high school yet. Is that what all of these are? Are just her getting honor roll for perfect attendance? Okay, this is another school program. The following program was rendered. Yeah. Recitation. Jessie Garman. So she did the recitation for a program. Another one. This is 1896. Roll of honor, yep. Another roll of honor. in 1896. So for several years, 1896, 1895, and 1884 or 1894, she was on the honor roll. Okay. This evening there will be a weighing social in the Presbyterian Church on Main Street. Each person must pay a quarter of a cent for each pound of his or her weight. Whoa. The following is the program. Reading Just for Christmas. Miss Jessie Garman. Okay. So yeah, so she's doing a lot of events and like recitations during this time. Okay, this is the same article, but a better quality version of it. Same article. This one. Following people had a picnic at Hanover Park on Tuesday. Mrs. Jessie Garman, Anna Luter, Mary and Laura Jackson, and Mrs. William O'Brien, Herbert Mayers, George Enck, Eben, and Oscar Kingsbury, and Cephas Rosser. Cephas. I don't think I've ever seen that name before. That's a new one. Cephas Rosser. That's the same article. Wait, these two are the same article. But what's interesting, though... Yeah, okay, I remember this one. Miss Eleanor Metcalf gave a dinner party to a number of her friends last Wednesday evening in honor of Miss Jeanette Fassett. The guests invited were Mrs. Jessie Garman of Nanticoke, Jessie Billings, Marion Lighton, Felina Avery, Helen Terry, Ruth Terry, Marion Metcalf, Jeanette Fassett, and Nellie Camp. So this shows that she was still in contact with her Tacanic friends because Eleanor, Jeanette, Marion, Helen, Ruth, and this Marion are all in this photo. They're all people that are in this photo. So even though she wasn't living there anymore, she was still friends. She still kept in contact with everybody. Despite it being, like, at this point, several years since she moved. It's the same one. Is this the same party? No, this is a different party. It was a different party. Miss Jessie Billings entertained a number of her friends last evening. Among those invited were Mrs. Fanny Stark, Edna Lillian Heckman, Pearl and Blanche Dietrich, Marion Lighton, Helen Terry, Eleanor Metcalf, Jeanette Fassett, Jessie Garman. So it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 8 people from this photograph are at this party 11 years after this photo was taken. That's a third of the people in this photograph. That's a third of the people in this photograph. So it shows again they are still connected and they're still friends during this time, which I think is really cool that they stayed in contact with each other. Okay, sorry, I just had to check something real quick. Okay. Okay, so these are all the same, that's all the same one. Okay, this is January of 1900. Yeah, she's still living, so yeah, she's still in Nanticoke. Miss Jessie Garman, who has been suffering from a sprained ankle, is recovering nicely. She's compelled, however, to use crutches. Wow, okay, so she sprained her ankle. There was somebody else we researched. Was it the last person we researched? I think it was the last person we researched, Helen Terry. I think she also suffered a sprained ankle. Like, there were newspaper articles about that. So maybe, I mean, I guess when you think about the dresses and everything that people were wearing back then, it kind of makes sense that they would trip a lot. Okay, yeah. This evening is the evening set for the War of the Roses social and entertainment to take place at the First Presbyterian Church. And this is the thing. Okay, so she reading So Much to Do at Home, Miss Jessie Garman. Let's see. Okay, Miss Jessie Garman, who is spending the summer at Tacanic. Okay, yeah, so she was still going there a lot. She's spending the whole summer there. So yeah, so she still felt connected, even though she wasn't living there anymore, she still felt connected. Okay. Okay, so that's all from this time period. I'll be honest, I'm a little nervous to go forward because I'm afraid that there's going to be like a million articles for this era. But let's see. Holy crap. Oh my god. 209? 209. What was she doing? Wow, okay. Oh, that's so many. Particularly during like this middle part here, 1907, 1905 to like 1908, then it kind of drops off. Wow. Okay. Before we do that, I'm gonna change it real quick to Wyoming County. Just see what's going on, if there's anything with her there. Okay, there is. Only only 9. Yeah, I don't know what she's up to. I mean, probably just if okay, my theory is that she's probably on tons of lists for like events at her church, at the First Presbyterian Church. Because if she was that involved with the church, um, to be like a missionary, she's likely like on these lists of like, like this, like these are the people who attended this church event and stuff like that. That's probably what a lot of it is. What's this one? Okay, look at this. Helen Terry. Okay, that's who we just researched last. Helen Terry is who we researched on Wednesday. Look at that. Miss Helen Terry entertained at dinner on Friday afternoon in honor of her friend, Miss Elizabeth Strong. Mrs. T. Metron Dunn, Mrs. I.T. Humphrey, Mrs. Emily Bishop, Angie Burgess, Helen Lewis, Marion Metcalf. Yeah, Jesse Garman. Tons of lists had a different meaning before the FBI and CIA were founded. Yeah, she was on tons of lists for some activities she attended at church. Yeah. Yeah, specifically church stuff, unless it turns out like there's some crazy conspiracy and that's why she's in so many articles. Okay, that's just her going somewhere. 1907. Okay, that's just a, yeah, guest thing. Oh, wait. Mrs. John M. Garman and Miss Jessie Garman are visiting in Homer, New York. Okay, wait. Who was it? Somebody moved to Homer, New York. Who was it? Do I have that in my notes? Yes. Homer, New York. Jeanette Fassett. That's who. Okay. That's probably why they're going. They're probably going to visit her family. Because her family is the one that moved to Homer, New York. Okay. Is this just her visiting somewhere? Yeah. October 1908. Engagement announce. Jesse Billings, okay. Those present were, okay, yeah, Pearl, Helen, Mabel, Marion, Jesse, yeah, so like a few people, again, from this photo are present. What about this one? Jesse Garman, Wilkes-Barre. Gay Halloween Witching. That's a title that has such a that has such a different connotation in today's world. Gay Halloween Witching. Oh, wow. Oh god, that is such a that has such a different connotation in today's world. That's so funny. The ghost walked at the home of Mr. and Mrs. Edson Stark on Wyoming Avenue, Halloween, when their daughters, Mrs. May and Alpharetta, entertained a party of young lady friends. The rooms were prettily trimmed and embellished with symbols of Walpurgis and a ghostly clan. White sheet moved silently about, witches piled the broom or stirred the fires under the mystic cauldron. When the time came to lay off the ethereal robes and return to the flesh, the party sat down at the table, which was decorated with vegetable cult conundrums as well as appetizing dainties. The evening was very much enjoyed. The following young ladies were present. Oh yeah, Pearl. Pearl was there. Anybody else I recognize? Other than Jesse? Yeah, just Jesse and Pearl. Oh god, gay Halloween. God, gay Halloween witching is so funny. That's that's like I think one of the best newspaper titles I've seen in a long time. Oh, wow. Okay, 1909. Miss Jessie Garman is... Okay, teaching school. There we go. Okay, Miss Jessie Garman is teaching school at Califon, New Jersey, where Miss May Coots is also employed. Okay, so she was a teacher, but I think I remember seeing on one of the census records that shows where she was a teacher. Okay. Okay. Let's go back to Luzerne County real quick. Yeah, it's like crazy how it goes from like, okay, 1901, 1902, not that many, 1903, and then it's like, yeah, 1904, 1905, like all this whole era. There's so much going on. 209. Hold on, okay, let's do a quick, just to see, so I can kind of pace myself a little bit, because of how much time we have left. How many are also in, like, this area? Okay, only 48, that's not that bad. And then, yeah, it kind of stops after 1919, because that's when they start traveling again. What about 21... 30? 10, okay. Oh, no, wait, no. At this point, she wouldn't be Jessie Garman anymore. Duh, she'd be married. So these aren't her. These Mrs. Jessie Garman... Yeah, that's not her. She would be Mrs. Charles LeMay. Okay, so wait, so if we go back to 1911 to 1920, yeah, so she would only really be this until 1913, because that's when she got married, other than like maybe a few things here and there. Okay, but yeah, she was doing so many things between 1901 and 1910. So I think what we'll do is this will just be a quick, like, I'm just gonna look kind of just briefly at like all of these, or just like at like the thumbnails and see if anything pops out that isn't just like a list, because like a lot of these are just like lists of people who attended an event. Like this one here, I think it is just like a... Yeah, this is just attending an ice cream festival. But the only reason I clicked on this one because I did see Marion Lighton right there, who's also in the photo. I kind of like to pick cheap ones that show more than one person in these photos. Okay. Okay, yeah, so that's just a list. That's a list. That's a list. List. That's a list. Yeah, this is like talking. Hold on, wait. These are kind of like a similar theme. Camp cut up. Huh. Okay. Okay. Like camp. Yeah, that's just her visiting somebody. Her just visiting somebody. I'm looking for ones that are like more just like general, or like more. Okay, wait, here we go. Here's something. September 1903. Miss Jessie Garman, who expects to leave for Wesley College next Saturday, visited Wilkes-Barre and then Nanticoke during the week. Okay. So yeah, so this is probably... Yeah, so she went to Wesley College. So that's also probably why there's a ton of these like articles right here, because it's her like because every time she came back and forth between college. Yeah, like right here, how it talks about she came home for Christmas and everything. That's what a lot of these are just her going back and forth for Christmas. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, hold on. This one says that they saw something. I'm just curious what it is. Witnessed the Proud Prince at the Nesbit last year. So, okay, that's probably just like a play. Oh, wait. Oh, hold on. This one from 1904. Miss Jessie Garman, daughter of John M. Garman, will sail from Boston on the Romania June 18th with a party from Wesley College for a tour through Europe. That's what that one, what was it? This one? No. This one. From 1904. That's what this record is right here. Okay. I'm glad we found that. So this newspaper article, so it was a college trip. That's why she went in 1904. And that's why all these people are kind of like, yeah, okay. That's why. That's why she went on that trip. Okay. Okay, yeah, so that's them about to go on the trip. So maybe it was like an end of the year, an end of the year trip. Yeah, this is the same thing. Okay, this is saying where she went. Miss Jessie Garman sailed from Boston Saturday on the White Star liner Romance with a party from Wesley conducted by the associate principal of Dana Hall, Miss Jenny Evans, and the teacher of French, Miss Marie Renee Renche. The itinerary includes a tour through Italy, the Italian lakes, Switzerland, the Rhine, Germany, France, and England, and returning to Boston September 12th. Wow, so yeah, that's like a several month. It's June 19th. This is almost like a 3-month trip. Wow. That's honestly really cool. And to go in 1904, before any World War or anything. I'm guessing this is her coming back. Miss Jessie Garman, daughter of Mr. and Mrs. John M. Garman, has returned home. She went to Tacanic Tuesday to spend some time. Yeah, okay. So this is, yeah, that's their return. Yeah, and these are all the same one. Just also want to see this one real quick. He's taking a special course of study at the Wyoming Seminary on account of poor health before sailing to Europe. Miss Garman did not register at Dana Hall, where she had been attending, and on her return, all the rooms were oh, whoa! Okay. So she couldn't... Miss Jessie Garman is taking a special course of study at the Wyoming Seminary on account of poor health before sailing for Europe. Miss Garman did not register at Dana Hall, where she had been attending, and on her return, all the rooms were taken. So she couldn't go back to that school. Oh, that sucks. So she was sick before the trip, which is probably when they would have had their, like, you know, register basically for classes. Wow. That sucks. Okay, what about this one? Okay, that's them going to a Halloween party, but we already saw the peak Halloween party of the... Okay. Let's see, that doesn't look like anything. And about the following. These look like things... A Delphian society session. Interesting. This looks like something for her college. Wyoming Seminary, class of 1905. Okay. Okay, so she graduated instead from Wyoming Seminary. Sorry, I just want to double check, make sure I'm not missing anything about, like, her... Okay, yeah, that's just a less detailed thing. Okay, yeah, that's what a lot of these are. Okay, that's what a lot of this is her, like, graduation. That's why there's so many. It's all of her college stuff. Yeah, that's just her having a guest. What about this one? Seek higher education. Okay, so yeah, here she's going back. She's going back to Wellesley. So she did go back. Yeah, they left for what? Okay, so she did go back, which is good. You know, she didn't get to miss out too much. She was able to continue her education. Yeah, her just. This is just them traveling. Oh, that's, yeah, them going to, was it college? Let's see. Yeah, this is all, wow, around the same time where she's going. Basically spending her spring break there. These are all roughly from that same time period. Let's see. Her going shopping. And what's crazy is we're only about halfway through this range of newspapers. Let's see. Jessica Garmin. Continue their studies. Yeah, that's why. So that's why she's in so many of these, is because it's all the things of like her going back to and from Wesley College. I'm just waiting until I see basically one that looks like a commencement announcement. That's what I'm waiting for. Oh wait, hold on. This might be it. Okay, she's going to Wesley commencement next week. Is it because she's graduating? Is she graduating? Attend commencement exercises at the college. Scarlett was unable to resume her studies there after the Easter vacation. Oh no, okay, so she's not. Okay, so she's not graduating, she's just going to see it. Yeah, so she got sick again. So she's not graduating. So double check that that is the case. Yeah, so she's going to Massachusetts for college. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. So wait, so is she in school again, or? Oh wait, hold on. Is this her? No, it's Grace Brown, who was the guest of Jesse Garman for 2 weeks. Okay, no, that's somebody from Massachusetts visiting her. Let's see. What's this? Spending the weekend canning preparatory to the opening of their summer home. Okay. Actually, no, I am going to keep that one because that shows that they have a summer home. That's how wealthy they are. They have a summer home. Yeah, it's just a lot of her visiting people. Which is what a lot of these, almost all of these are that. Okay. Let's see. Visiting in the summer. Special guest. Yeah, so she basically, that's why she was on the, so she's in so many of these, is because she was very just attending a lot of, she had a lot of friends basically. She was very social looking at this. That's pretty much what all these are just her attending, visiting friends, doing things with friends. Okay, here we go. This is her being a bridesmaid at the wedding of a Miss Jean Ryle Tillotson and Edwin Clarence Lee. United in marriage, First Presbyterian Church will officiate. Miss Jessie Garman will be bridesmaid, and Frederick Gay will act as groomsman. Okay. Yeah, so she was in a wedding. Let's see. What about, does this one give more detail? Hey, Marv, welcome on in. Good to see you. How are you doing? I'm not sure this person, because where is this one? Is this in... This is in Wilkes-Barre. It's a name that I don't recognize. It's not somebody in the photo, and I haven't really seen that name, because there are some names that even though they're not in the photo, I am seeing them a lot. Like, specifically, there's a woman named Jessie Billings, who's apparently is friends with a lot of these people, because she shows up a lot, but this person I have not seen. Bride's gown. The bride was attended by Miss Jessie Garman, gowned in a white net embroidered in silver. Over a point satin, Miss Garman carried pink roses. Yeah, could be a cousin. Could be a cousin, could be a friend. Yeah, either friend or a cousin, maybe. If I had to guess, it's one of those two. But I can't say for sure. Right now, I'm kind of going through a lot of these really quickly because there were, for just this 10-year period, between 1901 and 1910, there were 209 results. for this name being in these newspapers, so I'm kind of really picking and choosing what I click on. Okay, wait, here we go. Look at this. Helen Terry. Helen Terry and Miss Jessie Garman are on a trip to Boston, Massachusetts. Helen Terry is who we researched last time. Look at that. That's who we researched on Wednesday. So this is them hanging out together. Definitely a friend or somehow related. You don't have strangers in your wedding. Yeah, that is very true. That would be very weird. Just have a random stranger in your wedding. Oh, wait, here we go. Look at this. Miss Jessie Graham, who is teaching school at Califon, New Jersey, will spend Thanksgiving with her parents. Okay, yeah, so this is when she did move to New Jersey to be a teacher. Um, let's see. Is this another wedding? Snodgrass Douglas. Horace Snodgrass, son of Robert Snodgrass, the prominent Harrisburg attorney, and Miss Helen Louise Douglas, a niece of Judge John. Okay, a niece of Judge John M. Garman, were united in marriage on Saturday at noon at the home of the Judge and Mrs. Garman. Miss Jessie Garman, a daughter of the Judge Garman, was maid of honor. Okay, there we go. So this one we can confirm the connection that they're related. Yeah, definitely a cousin. Yeah, exactly. Cousin for sure there. Yeah. Definitely a cousin in that case. These are just the same article. Okay, hold on. What about this one? Miss Jessie C. Garman has terminated her school term at California, New Jersey, and will spend the summer with her parents. Okay, so she only was there for that 1 year, from the looks of it. Just that one school year. Okay, what is this list? Class of 19. Oh, okay, these are all 19 teachers added to the city school list, completed of tutors. Oh, okay, wait, look at this. It is suggested that the substitutes attend the annual City Teachers Institute and visit the schools as frequently as possible that they may become acquainted with the work they may be called upon to do as substitutes. We recommend the following list of substitutes. And there she is right there, Jessie Garman, class of 1910. I don't recognize any other names on here, unfortunately. So yeah, so she was on a list of possible substitute teachers. What is this one real quick? Okay, that's just her, again, visiting somewhere. Okay, that was just very quickly going through all 209 of those, because we still got several years to go. So next thing I want to do is I want to change it to 1911 to 1920. I specifically want to look and see we only have 40 We only have 48 this time, which is way less and way easier to handle. And a lot of these, it looks like, yeah, this is like this one's right here. These are all repeats of the same article. Which looks like teachers advance at board meeting. Many favored yesterday who had been acting as substitutes. Okay, wait, hold on. Okay, yeah, so this is where she was assigned to substitute. That Miss Jessie Garman be elected to Grammar A, Union Street School, at a salary of $40 per month. Wow. $40 a month. Surely that's enough to get by. Oh, sadly, that's what we almost pay our teachers nowadays. Sadly. Okay. Let's see. That's just her visiting. What's this one? It's really quick. Missy Garman of Wilkes-Barre accompanied her father. Okay, I know. That's not anything there. What is this one? Suffragettes and Soreheads, Courthouse Ball 9s. Female team first formed. Politicians, would-be, and otherwise clerks, and even janitors are interested. Wait, hold on. They're trying to make a baseball team. And they're called the Suffragettes. Because this is before, female suffrage was a thing, before the amendment was passed. The Suffragettes team is composed of Jessie Garman, centerfield. Oh, she was a center field. That's funny. Look at that. Okay, here we go. I was waiting for it down here. These don't look like anything. Okay. Let's go down to here, because this looks like their wedding. Yep. Miss Jessie Carver Garman, daughter of Judge and Miss John M. Garman of 80 West Union Street, and Dr. Charles Wilson LeMay, oh, that's a different last name, of Chicago, Illinois, will be married this evening at 8 o'clock at the Garman residence. Dr. LeMay and his bride will sail for Tabriz, Persia, where the doctor has taken up work of medical missionary in connection with the mission hospital. Wow, so they were doing that all the way back in 1913. Because, okay, if you missed the beginning part of the stream, we know from several records, from several passport records that we found, and birth records of their daughters, because their daughters were born in what they called Tabriz, Persia, which is now Tabriz, Iran. Her husband was a surgeon and a doctor, who did missionary work in Tabriz, and basically they lived there almost, it seems like, a majority of her life. If they're already going there at this point in 1913, everything else that we saw and found in like other records was like from the 1920s. So they were there way earlier than I thought. Is this another? Okay, yeah, here. This is a whole. Okay, hold on. Yeah, this is a more detailed thing. Judge's daughter marries medical missionary, will go to Persia. Miss Jessie Carver Garman, the only daughter of Judge and Miss John A. Garman, last evening became the bride of Dr. Charles Wilson LeMay of Chicago. The ceremony was performed at her home on West Union Street by Reverend Dr. James M. Farr, pastor of the First Presbyterian Church. Between 75 and 100 guests were present, many of them from out of town. Dr. and Mrs. LeMay left last evening on a wedding tour, which will include visits to a number of larger cities in the East. In about 2 weeks, they will embark for Persia, where Dr. LeMay will take up medical missionary work at the Presbyterian Mission Hospital in Tabriz. The wedding ceremony last evening was at 8 o'clock. The bride was attended by her cousin, Miss Nellie Camp of Tacanic. Harold Robinson of Princeton was best man. Miss Garman entered the parlor on the arm of her father, who later gave her away. Her dress was a beautiful creation of white charmeuse, cut in train and trimmed with Duchess lace. She wore a veil, which was trimmed with a wreath of lilies of the valley. She carried a bouquet of bride roses and lilies of the valley. Her bridesmaid wore a gown of pink charmeuse under a tunic of crystal net and carried a shower bouquet of pink Jardin roses. The parlor, drawing, and dining rooms were charmingly decorated for the occasion. In the first, where the ceremony was performed, the fireplace was banked with ferns, palms, spruce branches, and smilax, all intermingled with cut and growing flowers. Miniature cozy corners, uh, forming bowers for half-hidden colors. Lights were located at other points, and throughout the entire room, similar decorative designs had been carried out to exquisite effect. Oppenheim's orchestra played the wedding music, and during the buffet luncheon which followed, rendered a delightful program. Miss LeMay is the only daughter of Judge Garman. She is a graduate of Wyoming Seminary, Dana Hall, and Wesley College. Mr. LeMay is a graduate of Park College, Missouri, Rush Medical College of Chicago, and or was it? Attended Princeton University for 2 years, receiving a degree in that institution. Okay. Wow, yeah, we learned a lot from this one. I think a majority of these from 1913 are going to be just their wedding. Let's see, is this just the same thing? Yeah, that's just all the same information. Oh, this one. This is literally the exact same article. Okay, hold on. This one. Dr. and Mrs. C.W. LeMay, Miss Jessie Garman are spending some time in the Garman summer home, 2nd Street, before starting on their missionary trip. Okay, so that's actually good to know that he might be referred to in these as C.W. LeMay. So that's good to know, actually. Okay, so that's, yeah, okay, that's, all these other ones going forward are not going to be her because she's no longer, goes by that name. She's no longer goes by her maiden name. Let's try here real quick. I don't think there's really anything here. Columbus, Wisconsin last week where they were visiting friends. Yeah. Jesse M. Carmen. Okay. Check this one real quick. Oh yeah, this is okay. I remember this article. This was about, yeah, Jesse Garman was in it, as well as, where is it, Helen? Oh yeah, Helen Terry. Yep. I remember that article. Okay, so now, like I said, she doesn't go by, she's not going to go by Jesse Garman anymore in these newspaper articles. She's going to go by, she's going to go by now either Mrs. C.W. LeMay or Mrs. Charles LeMay. So let's try Mrs. LeMay. Okay. Let's... Oops. Spelled it wrong? Okay. Oh boy. Okay. 100 matches. Jesus. Okay. Wow, okay, there is a lot to go through here. Hold on. Let me... 21 to 30. Okay. What about 31 to 40? Okay. That was a huge number in 1936. What about 41 to 50? Okay. What about 51 to 60? Okay. 61 to 70, because we know she dies in 1974. Let's just try Jesse LeMay. There we go. Okay, so there are some... Yeah, there are several articles for her obituary, which is good. So far, I think she's the oldest person that we have. Or she died at 90. Yeah, 73. 89... Okay, that one's not... I can't confirm that one, so I'm not counting that one. It's 89, I'm not 100% sure. So yeah, 80... 84... Yeah, 84 is the oldest before her, and that was Grace. So wow, yeah, she lived to be way older than everybody else. Okay. There's a lot more newspapers to go through with this one. Okay, I'm trying to think what's the best course of action here. Let's go back to 1911 to 1920. Yeah, there's 100 here. Whoa, okay, so what happens is that according to this, for some reason there's 42 in 1920. What happened in 1920? Hey, this is all just about them returning home from their honeymoon. What about this one? Dr. and Mrs. Charles W. LeMay, the latter a daughter of Judge, have gone to Boston from where they will sail Saturday for their future home of Tabriz, Persia. How come Mr. LeMay didn't serve in World War I? He was too old. He wouldn't be drafted. Because he would have been, by the time the U.S. entered World War I, he would have been 38. He was born in 1880. He was born in 1880, so he would have been 37, 38. So yeah, so he wouldn't have been part of the draft during that time. Hold on, is this about Dr. and Mrs. Charles LeMay, after visiting relatives and friends, hereabouts it the past 10 days, have gone to New York City and Boston, being accompanied by the latter's parents. From Boston, Dr. and Mrs. LeMay will together today sail for their future home at Tabriz, Persia. Okay, yeah, and this is an article about them, like, kind of having a party to celebrate them leaving. Going away party. Okay, this is a year later. What is this one? A special missionary meeting will be held in the Sunday school room on Friday evening, which will be addressed by Mrs. Vanaman of Persia. Dr. Vanaman is in charge of the hospital at Tabriz, Persia, and will be of interest to many residents who know that Dr. and Mrs. Charles LeMay are stationed at the same place. Okay. So yeah, so that's actually good because that tells us where they were working. And that they were there as early as 1913. Then suddenly it jumps to 1916 here. Okay, and this is them. Oh, wait, look at this. Another person was there with them. Miss Nellie Camp, daughter of L.Y. Camp of Decanic, their niece, who had been teaching at a girls' school in Tabriz, returned to the United States on the same steamer. Okay, so it wasn't just them. They also had... So that's... Nellie Camp is her cousin. Who are spending some time with Lara's parents. Okay, yeah, so they came back in 1916. That's what all these are, basically. Uh... Okay. Let's... Oh, hold on. Okay. Here you go. Here, this is something interesting. Address by Mrs. LeMay. Mrs. Charles LeMay of Tabriz, Persia, daughter of Mr. and Mrs. John Garman, gave a talk on missionary work and her experience in a foreign country yesterday afternoon in the chapel of the First Presbyterian Church to the Women's Missionary Society of the church. She told of good results from untiring efforts and the many improvements that have been taken place since her residence of 4 years in Persia. Through the efforts of Dr. and Mrs. LeMay, a large hospital has been erected at Tabriz, and since the invasion of the Russian army, a railway station has been erected, and the streets widened and paved, and many improvements to the town have been made. Mrs. LeMay's talk was intensely interesting, and the meeting was largely attended. So they were there during the Russian invasion, I guess, during World War I? What about this one? Oh, wait. Oh, how do they describe it here? Mrs. Charles LeMay of Tabriz, Persia, who before marriage was Miss Jessie Garman of the city, gave an interesting talk before the Women's Missionary Society of the First Presbyterian Church yesterday. That placed 4 years and at the time built a large hospital in Tabriz. Mrs. LeMay described the part of Persia in which they lived as a town of mud and filth underfoot, but of clear blue skies and roses, green and blue tinted mountains, and the snow-capped peaks. Since the Russian army has come in, the streets have been widened and paved, and the town has been fortified. The food obtainable is about the same as in this country. Because of the exodus of whole Christian cities, Miss LeMay spoke of the need of a further interest in the work among foreign people. Interesting. Huh. Hold on, what does this say? Dr. and Mrs. Charles LeMay, who spent the summer here, will return to Persia the last of February. Okay, so that's when they went back. Around that time. Okay, February. Return to Persia. Dr. and Mrs. Charles LeMay, who had been guests of the latter's parents for the past 6 months, last night left for New York City, where they will today sail on the liner Frederick VIII for their home at Tabriz, Persia. Okay. So that's when they went back, yeah, end of February. Wait, what's this? witness exciting events. Judge Garman's daughter and her husband in Petrograd when Tsar abdicates. Whoa, wait a second. Dr. and Mrs. Charles W. LeMay, who recently spent a vacation in this city, were in Petrograd, Russia, on their way to Persia at the time Tsar Nicholas abdicated his throne and witnessed the exciting events which marked the overthrow of the powerful Russian monarchy. Mrs. LeMay was formerly Miss Jessie Garman of the city, daughter of Judge and Miss John M. Garman, and taught for some time in the local public schools. They sailed for Europe, which took, okay. Their trip was full of stirring incidents. They will proceed. Oh, but it doesn't say anything about what they saw. Just that they were there. I want to actually know what they saw. That's crazy that they were in this part of the country during this time. Probably saw all kinds of crazy stuff. Not this one. Dr. and Mrs. LeMay safe. Judge and Mrs. John M. Garman received word by cablegram today of the safe arrival of Dr. and Mrs. Charles LeMay. Okay, so that's good to know that they were safe. Does this have any more information? I think that's what all these are. Just that they arrived safe. Whoa, wait. What is this? Wait, what does this say? After being detained in Russia for 2 months, Dr. and Mrs. Charles W. LeMay of Tabriz, Persia, have reached their home. The trip was perilous at all times because of international complications. They were detained in Russia for 2 months during the Russian Revolution. That was probably terrifying, honestly, during that time. Wow. None of these other ones said anything about being detained, right? Okay, no, nothing there. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, I don't know which one of them detained him. Well, okay, wait, hold on, look at this. Has the right-of-way. Semi-weekly record, only paper permitted to enter Tabriz, Persia. Honorable and Mrs. John M. Garman recently received a letter from their daughter, Mrs. Charles W. LeMay, at Tabriz, Persia, in which the writer describes war conditions there and the difficulty of communicating with the outside world. Mrs. LeMay makes the remarkable statement that the only newspaper permitted to enter that city is the Wilkes-Barre semi-weekly record, and this is the only means they have of asserting how the war is progressing and what is happening in the outside world. No letters or other newspapers are received, and the American and English-speaking colony depends on the record for the news. Another strange fact is that it is received regularly, generally twice a week. Charles D. Linskill is believed to have some strange power that gives him an open sesame to the paper through all sorts of blockades, councils of war, and censors. Even the submarines are helpless. Mrs. LeMay is the wife of Dr. C.W. LeMay, in charge of the American Missionary Hospital in Tabriz. They are both well, although they find war conditions and its privations somewhat trying. She quotes sugar as selling at $1 a pound and flour at $10 for 36 pounds. Oof. Yeah, they're in the middle of a war. Okay, that's the same article. This is a different one. Hold on. Armenians suffering from war. Local organization is formed to extend aid. Meeting is held. Missionary talks. Richard Sharp presided and introduced Judge Garman, who declared that the Armenians, Syrians, Poles, Lithuanians, and Jews deserve our sympathy as they have no governmental agency to provide for them. He spoke of his daughter, Mrs. Charles W. LeMay, as being acquainted with the extent of the Armenian and Syrian atrocities. Oh my god, that's right! The Armenian genocide! They were there for that. Because wait, yeah, when was that? Yeah, 1915 1917. I'm not sure specifically what necessarily Syrian atrocity, like specifics. I mean, it's war. There's atrocities happening everywhere. I think it was just kind of mixed in with everything. Yeah, I think the Armenians were definitely the ones that were most talked about during this time. Okay, so that's December of 1917. Then April of 1918. Oh yeah, look at this. This is a kind of a reference to the other time, or the other thing. Judge Garman, in renewing the semi-weekly to his daughter, Miss Charles W. LeMay, in far-off Persia, adds, even in these war times, they get quite a few of the papers when letters fail. So yeah, so that's the reference to the other article was talking about that stuff getting to them. What about this one? Okay, that's just the same one. Let's see. Imagine being detained by a bunch of Bolsheviks who don't know how to read and having to tell them you're a missionary. God, yeah. That probably didn't go over well. But I mean, that's probably why they were detained for so long. Everything was in chaos during that time. All right. Okay. So this is all really interesting and really fascinating. So this is what I'm going to do, because we are getting late here. I'm not going to research any more stuff off of stream. What I'm going to do is I'm going to wait till we get to 1920 here. I'll keep going until we get to roughly 1920. And then that's where we'll stop. And then we'll pick this up on Wednesday. Because this is such fascinating stuff that I don't want to... Because, like, the other person, like, when we were researching Helen, I knew it was mostly just, stuff about, you know, just her going to, like, various, like, local events or just, like, having dinner with people at her home. But this is actually really interesting, really fascinating stuff, and I don't want to read this off stream from you guys. So what we'll do is we'll keep reading these until we get done with this section, this bit of newspaper articles, and then we'll pick this up on Wednesday. Because this is just too interesting to not do on stream. Returning from Persia, Dr. and Mrs. Charles W. LeMay, who left Tabriz, Persia last May. Well, wait, they left in May, arrived in San Francisco yesterday en route for Titanic. Dr. LeMay had been in charge of the Presbyterian Hospital at that place until the Americans were driven out by the Turks. Ms. LeMay was formerly Miss Jessie Garman, a daughter of Judge Garman of the city. They were over 5 months coming from Persia to San Francisco and have had some thrilling experiences in passing through the war blockage. Oh my god, they went the long way around. That's why they came from Hong Kong. Oh my god, that thing of... This one right here. San Francisco. When they arrived in San Francisco, this is where they came from Hong Kong. They went... Whoa, wait a second. Okay, they went... If it took them from May to October, they didn't go this way. They went this way. That's why they went to India. That's why they went to Bombay. They were going this way. That's why they went to Bombay. That's why they went to Hong Kong. That makes so much sense now. They were fleeing. Yeah. That's why there are those... That's why they went that way. Okay, I don't know. I don't think they went there necessarily for missionary work. I think they went there because they were trying to flee. Because, like, that newspaper article said, because the Americans were driven out by the Turks when the Turks took over. There were 5 months coming from Persia. Yeah, this is their way back. This is them trying to flee after the Turks pushed them out. And because of the war, they couldn't go this way. You know, they couldn't go the Atlantic way. They had to go this way. And because we have that, there is that passport that says that they were in Bombay. Yeah, my last passport was obtained by the Consul of Bombay, India, July of 1918. Yeah, the Raj was there during that time. And Hong Kong, yeah, and Hong Kong was a colony too. Yeah, so that's how they're able to do that. But that's why it took them 5 months to go through all of this. So yeah. Basically, yeah. Wow. That is crazy. Oh, this is so cool. This is so fascinating. They were basically, yeah, they were basically just fleeing from war. They probably did have to go through Hawaii, yeah. They probably had to stop in Hawaii. Wow, this is crazy. Okay, I just want to know if there are any other more detailed articles about this, or are they all just...
Hello there.
God. Hello, Spork. Welcome on in. You caught us at a crazy time where we are basically trying to research the girl in this photo above me here, and we just discovered that she was a missionary in what is now Iran during World War One, and we just discovered that they had to flee the area after the Turks came in and took over the area, and had to spend 5 months fleeing across Asia to uh to get back to America. How did you find this out? Well, okay, so a few different ways. First, in some ancestry things, we found several um we found several ship logs that show them traveling at different points, and we also found passport records for when they applied for passports to do all this traveling and everything for their initial missionary work. Because they were doing missionary work for several years in a place called Tabriz. Back then they called it Persia, but what is now Iran, Tabriz, Iran. And we just found this article right here. This newspaper article from 1918, where it says here, Dr. and Mrs. Charles W. LeMay, who left Tabriz, Persia last May, arrived in San Francisco yesterday en route for Tiktaalik. Dr. LeMay had been in charge of the Presbyterian Hospital at that place until the Americans were driven out by the Turks. Mrs. LeMay was formerly Miss Jessie Graham, a daughter of the Judge Garman of the city. Yes. Oh, yeah, we know their name. Yeah, Jessie Graham, or sorry, Jessie Garman right here is the girl in the photo above me. They were over 5 months coming from Persia to San Francisco, and I've had some thrilling experiences in passing through the war blockages. Okay, so I'll give you just a quick overview of what this photo is. So this is actually a small part of, get ready for a, wait, no, not this part. This one, boom, giant photo jump scare. So this is a photograph that I bought. I bought this photograph. I own this photograph. I bought it at an antique store. It has 24 people in it, and you can see each one of these people are numbered. And that's because on the back of the photograph, there is a list with full names of all of the people in this photo. So number 19, which is who we're researching today, Jessie Garman, is that person right there. So far we've researched 19 of these people. We've researched all 19. And we're kind of going through each of them one by one. This has been like a several month-long project. And we know that this photo on the back here, it says here, this photo was taken July 13th, 1888 for Eleanor Metcalf's birthday party. And we know that this photo was taken or owned taken in Taconic, Pennsylvania. So using all of that information, we have been able to kind of narrow all this down and find these people. It's enough starting information to go off of. And so far, of the 19 people we've researched, I've been able to confidently confirm that I found 18 of them. There's only one person so far that I wasn't able to 100% confirm that they were the right person. But everybody else I've been able to confirm. So yeah, so that's what I've been doing this past like 2 months, and that's what we're doing right here. Yeah, so that's what we're doing, and we're not gonna. Normally, I try to research only one person per stream, but because we are discovering all these this large number of newspaper articles that involve them basically fleeing a war, there's like too much to go over in this one stream, so we'll probably be continuing this on Wednesday, because I stream every Sunday and Wednesday. So let's look at a few more of these articles here before we call it a night. Yeah, 5 months coming home. Dr. and Mrs. Charles W. LeMay, who had been stationed in charge of the Presbyterian Hospital at Tabriz, Persia, supported by First Presbyterian Church of this city, have reached San Francisco and expect to arrive at Taconic within the next few days. They left Persia last May and have been 5 months getting through the war zones. The Turks pillaged Tabriz after Dr. and Mrs. LeMay left, and they had some exciting experiences before reaching this country. Mrs. LeMay is a former well-known resident of this city. Imagine signing up for a mission and hearing you're being sent to Tabriz. I mean, oh, whoa, what the heck? I don't know why, yeah, I don't know why it deleted that. That's weird. Sorry about that, Onion. I mean, yeah, going from Taconic, Pennsylvania to Tabriz, Iran is like insane, honestly. And the fact that they had to go again, that when they were fleeing, instead of going backwards the way that they got there, because they got there, from Pennsylvania, went across the Atlantic, and then came down probably through this way to Tabriz, which is, yeah, right here in northern Iran. And then they had to leave when they fled because it took them 5 months. They had to go this way through India, through Hong Kong, across the Pacific. They sailed across. They circumnavigated the entire globe. They literally have they have circumnavigated the entire globe. Yeah, in 1918. That is crazy, yeah. So, lucky the British Empire existed, ironically. I mean, yeah. So, yes, we do know that they made it back to America because these newspaper articles say right here that they arrived, these newspaper articles are announcing that they arrived in San Francisco. So, there's a good possibility that for several months, their family back in America had no idea where they were. Because who knows what communication was like back then? They probably had no idea where they were for the most part. Which is honestly crazy terrifying. And then, let's see. What about this one? Forced to leave when the occupation Turkish army was threatened. Okay, that's just the same thing that we've already read. Let's see. Okay, this is them when they actually got back to Taconic, Pennsylvania. Yeah, Mrs. LeMay home. Dr. and Mrs. Charles W. LeMay reached Taconic today after a 5-month trip from Tabriz, Persia. They are at the summer home of Judge and Mrs. John M. Garman, and have many interesting stories to tell of their experiences in traveling through the war zones. Yeah, they are. Yeah, luckily Pacific wasn't really that active during World War One. I think there was a little bit with like some of the colonies out there, but not nearly like compared to like World War II or anything like that. Very small. Yeah, I hope they chilled in Hawaii, honestly. Get a little bit of a break. Turkey, they have 5 months. War zones, interesting war zones. Yeah, okay, this is all stuff we've already read. I wonder, God, it would have been so crazy if they like wrote a book or something like that. Because I mean, they had to have had so many crazy things happen. Oh wait, here we go. Hold on. Mrs. LeMay to speak at the YWCA. The first Vesper service at the YWCA has been able to hold this fall. Will take place on Sunday afternoon at 4 o'clock. The promises to be of unusual interest. Mrs. Charles LeMay, recently returned from Persia, will be the speaker. Dr. and Mrs. LeMay have been the representatives of the First Presbyterian Church of this city in Tabriz, Persia, where Dr. LeMay has been the head of a large hospital. Early in the summer, they started for home and have been 5 months making the journey, traveling through Arabia, India, and China on the way. Few women have had a more varied experience and more thrilling adventures to tell than Miss LeMay. Yeah, I mean, the newspapers will probably talk about it, but I don't think they'll have, like, the details. That's the only thing, is I wish that they had the details of what was, you know, in this. Of, like, what they went through. Okay, here we go. Here's something. Describes scenes at Tabriz, Persia. Women attending the Vesper services at the YWCA yesterday afternoon heard a most interesting talk by Mrs. Charles LeMay, daughter of Judge and Mrs. John M. Garman. Miss LeMay had just returned from Tabriz, Persia, where she and her husband went 6 years ago, and she told in a most interesting manner of her stay there and return home. Reference to the situation in Persia after this country became involved in the World War showed what hardships the soldiers had to suffer in Persia. Prior to the time that the United States declared war upon Germany, the people of Persia looked upon the Stars and Stripes with the greatest of respect, but when war was declared, conditions changed overnight, and the Americans were looked upon as more of an enemy than either the Russians or the Turks. Then, to add to the horrors of war, a drought came, and there were no rains all summer or snow in winter, so Persia became a desert land. Then, when the British came into the country, irrigation made the fields again productive and crops became abundant, but in the meantime, the people died by thousands, and all Persia had become a veritable graveyard. The description of the return from Tabriz to Basora, Arabia, where the party with Miss LeMay set sail, was decidedly interesting. I mean, yeah, maybe there's a written account of it somewhere other than just newspapers. But this is okay. Yeah, so this is saying how, like, yeah, basically the local population turned against them once war was declared. Yeah, I would definitely say being a surgeon during this time is a big deal. I mean, being a surgeon during any time is a big deal, I would argue. I would definitely argue with that. Hey, Al, good to see you. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a good evening. Um, you caught us basically in a crazy experience where the girl above me, just to sum it up very quickly, the girl above me married a surgeon who was a missionary in the present Presbyterian church and was sent to work at a hospital for several years in Tabriz, Iran, right in the middle of World War One. And then in 1918, they had to flee Tabriz because the Turkish army came in and took over. They had to flee and spent 5 months. Instead of going this way back home, they went this way, going through Saudi Arabia, India, China, and across the Pacific. So they basically circumnavigated the entire globe to escape uh to es- escape the war because they couldn't go through Europe during that time because things were getting pretty crazy. And they're just now we're reading newspapers that are describing their experiences uh fleeing. Okay, here we go. I'm not sure about that onion, maybe. Okay, yeah, so in Persia during war, Mrs. LeMay tells of drought and famine, science and good crops trip home. Mrs. Charles LeMay, who has just returned from Tabriz, Persia, where she and her husband went 6 years ago, yeah, so they had been there for several years, delivered an interesting address on her experiences before a large audience at the Vesper service of the YWCA yesterday afternoon. Tabriz being situated at about an equal distance from the populated centers of Russia and Turkey, and a neutral city at the outbreak of the war, became a home for the refugees of both countries. The American was the only consulate of power in the city, and it was to this that refugees by the thousands fled for help. The Persians had all the respect in the world for the United States flag, and the refugees were safe. But when the United States declared war, all these conditions were changed. There was no respect for the Stars and Stripes. The Americans were more of an enemy than the Russians or the Turks. To add to the horrors of war came a great drought. 2 years ago, there was no rain all summer and no snow all winter, and nothing grew. All Persia became a desert. There was a great famine. The dead might be found by the roadside any time of the day, and many at your gate in the morning. All Persia became a graveyard. But with the coming of the British, conditions changed. The engineers, made by irrigation, made Persia to blossom as the rose, and there were abundant crops, as the soil, when irrigated, is fertile. The trip from Tabriz was by pack train or caravan. The camels had all been used for carrying war packs, so the ordinary pack mule had to be used, and only 18 of these could be secured, so nothing but food could be taken, no clothing except what was that which was worn was taken. 2 months were consumed in the journey from Tabriz to Bassora, Arabia, where they set sail. Much of the journey was through a rugged country. At one part of the journey, in 2 hours' time, so steep was the decline that they dropped from an elevation of 9,000 feet to a plain where the temperature at 5 o'clock in the morning was 115 degrees. From this, some idea may be obtained of the hardships the soldiers encamping on these plains have to suffer. I was actually just about to look up, yeah, where Bassora is. Hold on. Bassora? Is it now in Iraq? 'Cause, 'Iraq? 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 'Cause, ' Or Basra? Okay. That would make sense, yeah. Because, yeah, this is right on the coast here. So it took them... So basically, they traveled by pack mule from here to here. From up here to down here in 2 months. Ooh, man. That just sounds very... I mean, yeah, they had to go through all of these mountains. Ooh, wow. That is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. Okay, so that's the last thing we hear from them until 1919. So we go from November 25th, 1918 to October 6th, 1919. What is this talking about? Okay, yeah, so this is another thing where she's still, well, almost a year later and she's still talking about it. So you're right, maybe they were capitalizing on it. Because this is, yeah, an event for the YWCA. Some Persian anecdotes. Yeah, some Persian anecdotes by Mrs. Charles LeMay will constitute the program. Miss LeMay will tell of entertaining Sunday school conviction delegates in Tabriz. Yeah, so they're still talking about it. uh, what is this? Okay, so YWCA. Mrs. Charles LeMay, who was very recently... Okay, so they went back, because it says here, Mrs. Charles LeMay, who has very recently returned from Tabriz, Persia, will conduct the World Fellowship class on Monday evening at 8 o'clock. The course will include a survey of the map of the world with the changes occasioned by the peace treaty, a study of the conditions in the Far East and in the Near East, discussion of America's responsibility to these countries, and will also include a study of the customs of the people. Huh. I mean, yeah, with the end of World War I, they had to redraw all the maps. Okay. And hey, if anybody's going to teach about the world, it's going to be her, because she went around the whole thing. So like I said, yeah. So they did go back in this in-between time, it seems like, between November and October of 1918. I mean, after the war was over. What's this one? Okay, yeah, all women and girls are cordially invited to Miss Charles LeMay's class at the YWCA at 8 o'clock this evening. The subject discussed will be Armenia. Yeah, so yeah, they're still... I mean, hey, she's going to know a lot about that region. Okay, so this is... Okay, so this one is going to be the 1921. Okay. So yeah, so this is where there's suddenly a bunch more. So let me just look at this last one here, this last 1919 one. Okay, yeah, that's just a little thing there. Okay, I think this is what we're gonna have to call it. It is way later than it. I was on for almost like an hour longer than I was expecting to be. But we found this is so fascinating. This is so cool. This is so cool. So we are definitely continuing this on Wednesday. I'm not gonna look at anything else outside of stream because I want to discover this online here with you guys. Because who would, again, this photo is taking us all kinds of crazy places to, you know, somebody being basically not a war refugee because she didn't live there, but like fleeing a war. Because I was literally I've thought about that, before, how like a lot of, because of when all the kids in these photos were born, they were all too old to like serve in like World War I and stuff like that. So none of them were going to be. I thought, oh yeah, none of them are going to be affected by it. Turns out I was wrong. This one couple in particular was affected in a very unique way. Oh wow, this is crazy. Okay, but yeah, let's go ahead and let's head back to the classroom. And this is where we're going to call it for tonight. Just one before we finish though, I am going to go ahead and I'm going to play one more time. I am going to play our trailer for Saturday's stream. So if you missed it earlier, this is what we're doing Saturday.
I come to make an announcement.
I'm doing a 12-hour stream to celebrate my 1-year affiliate anniversary. That's right, 12 hours of uninterrupted nap on Saturday, April 18th. What can you expect to see during these 12 hours? Well, we'll have museums, millionaires, school, GeoGuessr, Time Guesser, Hands, Hulhauser,
Hit it, Joe.
and more. Also, for the first time, I will have a few sub goals that if we hit, will trigger some fun things on stream. So be sure to save the date, and I hope to see you guys there. All right, so yeah, that's what we're going to be doing on Saturday. Yeah, I'm going to share this on Wednesday stream again, and I'm going to make what's it called? I'm going to make a Twitter post about it too. So, yeah, this is not the last they're going to hear about this. But yeah, all right. So yeah, thank you guys so much again for being here. This was this stream went places I did not expect to be. So let's go ahead then. We're going to raid somebody. We're going to raid Neff here. I think it's been a little bit. They're doing a reading and writing stream. So yeah, let's go ahead, get a quick raid message going. One for subscribers and one for followers. All right. But yeah, now it is getting late, so I definitely need to go to bed. But this has been really fun. This has been like, this is up there with one of the craziest things we've discovered with this stream. And we found some crazy stuff. Who would have known there would be all these crazy stories in this photo? But yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. Next stream will be Wednesday at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll be continuing this look through this these papers and this journey. This has been crazy. But yeah, all right. Have a good night, everybody. Take care, and I'll see you guys. See you on Wednesday.